Hello, hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, I am back. I am back from vacation, a little bit. Well, not really. I am in vacation, but I moved my whole stream setup to somewhere where I can stream anyway, so there's that. Um, but yeah, I'm back from Spain and I'm back to my computer, so I'm able to stream again. I was in Spain for the whole week. I went diving. It was nice. Um, and yeah, today we are back to Stationeers again. Yeah, I apologize. It's a bit of a late stream today. I normally start much earlier, but well, it's election day in France, so I had to go vote and I had to move my whole stream setup to a different city, so took me a bit of time. But I'm with family, so I can't really like eat at weird hours or something like that. So yeah. Um, so for the next weeks, I'll have to figure out how that works in terms of schedule. But for today, at least, I am finally here. And today we are back to Stationeers. Before I do that, because last stream we played Subnautica below zero. Um, I um, I wasn't able at the end of the stream to set up the community challenge for the next Subnautica stream. So as a reminder, if you do not know, um, the way it works for Subnautica um, is we have a community challenge. You can contribute channel points every stream, up to 2,000 channel points. And so we'll have this community challenge of 40,000 points. When we complete the community challenge, we play Subnautica for the next stream. So that's basically how that's gonna work. I'm gonna keep the same objective, I think, this time. Last time was 40,000. I think it was pretty okay. And I had to reset up everything. I don't know. Twitch is weird with that kind of thing. But I can finally start it. So let's start the community challenge, right? Here we go. So yes, new Subnautica Below Zero community challenge. And whenever we complete it, we play Subnautica. And I'm impatient. I love Subnautica. It's a great game, so I hope we can get back to it soon. I intended to start it last stream, but of course it wasn't to be. Couldn't find where it was and how to do it. Hey Flame, oh yes, first, but I forgot my brain. I forgot to start the bot. So obviously that doesn't work. I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. First is either a redemption or a reminder that I need to start the bot. It's perfect, really. Here we go. Bot is in. How do I simulate the first redemption? Request queue or requests? Yeah, I don't see it because of course it wasn't. It wasn't started when you redeemed it. How do I do that then? I don't know. I don't know how I could simulate it. It's a shame it doesn't give us an option to simulate redemptions. It's okay, you live. Yeah, but like, let's figure out, because it's a regular occurrence that I forget, so it would be nice if I was able to actually replay it or something, but no, it isn't to be. Oh well. Maybe I should let several redemptions of first available. But only the first one that's seen by the bot each stream does something. That could be fun, actually. That could be fun, actually. Like, let's read him first. Am I first? Oh no. Alright, so let's load the world. How are you doing, Flame? So yeah, sorry for being so late today. It's been a bit of a weird day. A weird week, really, because I was like, alright, let's go to Spain and let's go diving, and it was fun. Diving with family, I don't often have the opportunity to do that, so it was great. So yeah, we are back to the station. So last stream we had a bit of a catastrophe with the plants where everything died. So today we are growing back the plants. They are thriving. Made some good progress in a biotic factor. What is a biotic factor? It's a game? I don't know that one. You managed to unlock a new area that you've been working on for a long time. Nice! Congrats. Yeah, I don't think I know that game. Basically Half-Life 1, but as a survival crafting game. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of it. So yeah, all the plants are thriving at the moment, so I assume it means they're doing okay. Let's actually have a look with the tablet. Um, we have the plant analyzer. Ooh, that's pretty low on power. Do I have a battery? So let's see here. Current temperature 24 degrees. That's perfect. Illumination stress is 6%. I think it's fine. Yeah, everything seems fine. I'm not exactly sure yet why. I assume the reason the plants died last time was because the water was so hot, but I don't actually know. So that's stressing me out just a little bit. It's good, it released into early access a couple of months ago. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't followed very closely stuff for the past few months because I've been very busy with work. That might be why I didn't hear about it much. Yeah, so all those plants seem to be fine. No deficiency of anything, great light efficiency, great growth efficiency. Ooh, yeah, everything seems to be fine. Driving towards seeding, so that's great. So it seems so far the plants are fine. So the ones where we just have one of them planted is because we are kinda low on on seeds. For example, the ferns, we only have 3 seeds left at once, so we want to collect more seeds, basically, um, and start from the single seed we've planted here, um, so that we are sure we're not um, like killing everything, basically, and we don't end up with a shortage of the plants. Yeah, so we close the helmet and we go outside. Let's go see where we were last time. So last time, if I remember correctly, we have liquid nitrogen in the last stage that we set up. Yeah, I do need the tablet if I want to look at it. Yes. So we do have liquid nitrogen in the liquid side of this stage. It's minus 184. It's not quite yet uh, the objective. So it means we're good to add a new stage now. So I think that's the next step for this one. We'll probably do that pretty early today, so that we can start setting this up. Last stream we added temperature regulation for all the different gases. So here we have pollutants at 150 degrees, which is, I think, yeah, what we have here set up. I'm trapped. Help! Help! Ah! We have nitrogen at 20 degrees, as well as CO2 and oxygen. Our volatiles are at 50 degrees. Same for the N2O. And finally, the water is also at 20 degrees. So the issue we had last time, the reason we did the setup, well, there were several reasons. The first one was that the volatiles were super hot, and we want to do fuel mixing for combustion centrifuge. So yeah, that was going to be an issue. And the other thing we found out while we were doing it actually was that the water was at like 50 or 60 degrees, something stupid like that, which meant that all the plants died. And obviously that's not ideal. So we set up this whole. I fell. We set up this whole temperature regulation setup for everything, and now we have an oxygen pipe and a volatiles pipe. We still need to. Oh come on! I forget that that there's a hole here. Um, we still need to complete that volatiles pipe, but that's not too difficult. Um, and yeah, we'll end up with space to do the fuel mixing over here. And I think we're pretty much. Maybe we leave a few tiles. I don't know. Maybe we go a few tiles further, like 2 or 3 tiles further for the platform, and we can set up a fuel mixer. That way we have some room to extend this. Actually, are we ever gonna extend it this way? It would make just as much sense to extend it this way. So maybe we never actually want to extend this radiator array. So maybe we just leave it like that. Maybe we just leave it like that and we can set up the fuel mixer right over here. And then that's okay. And that way we can do the fuel mixing and have a fuel line that will allow us to power the combustion centrifuge. I was looking a little bit. We could technically set up um, An electrical centrifuge that would also work, but I guess the issue with it is it's twice less efficient than the combustion centrifuge in terms of power, and we do have a bunch of volatiles and that we can use anyway, so we might as well, I guess. Um, and what we could do could be to say if the volatiles are too low, at the end we don't do fuel mixing, but we can do electrolyzing and directly go from water for that. So that's an option as well. So yeah, plenty of options, but let's start setting up the basic fuel mixing system. We do have oxygen in this line, correct? Yes, at 21 degree. And so I think we just first of all need to connect the fuel line. So let's go get a few pipes and start doing that. My other long-term objective would be actually let's set up the next stage of the cold system first before I forget, because we'll need this will need a long time to start working, so might as well. Um, but um, we do need pipes anyway for that as well. So let's start making pipes. We do need pressure regulators and valves, I believe. Let me check. Come over here, please. Thank you. Yes, we do need valves. So let's set up one more stage for the thingy. We have plenty of steel, we have plenty of silicon. I think last time we went on a silicon and steel collection trip. And let's start setting this up. The other thing we need to do is, now that we have this centralized cooling system, we need to connect the base cooling system and to it, and to connect the cold gas cooling system to it as well. So yeah, plenty of stuff in our to-do list, really. Yes, that's correct. Then we are going to have some liquid pipes over here, which are going to do something. I need a T here. Oh, come on. That's a bit fiddly. Right here. And that's open to connect to the next level of the thing. Then we need a pressure regulator, which is gonna be not a pressurant valve, but a purge valve, and which is gonna come right here. And finally, we need a valve, which is gonna be a condensation valve, and which is gonna come right here. So this condensation valve takes the liquid from the gas side and puts it on the liquid side, and this takes gas from the liquid side and puts it on the gas side, and then we just need the pipes for the gas side. So the idea here is that... Ooh, that's plenty. Well, for now at least. I'm sure we're gonna need more. The idea here of this system is that on the liquid side, we have liquid that's constantly evaporating, and so it's cooling down everything. And we have gas that's constantly condensating on the gas side, basically, and so it's heating it up. And then we exchange heat with the next stage, and we do this stage by stage, so that each time we are cooling down a little bit more. And that's basically it. That's basically what this cooling tower is. And we are going to need a valve here. Which is a pressure regulator. Just like that. Then we take wires. We connect this. We connect that. Perfect. Perfect. So that's opened. So here. Now we need to think about the temperature and pressures, basically. So this one is pretty easy. We always set it to 9 kilopascals, which is basically the equilibrium liquid gas pressure for the target temperature we want. So that's fairly simple. 9 kilopascals. And we turn this on. Great. And now the question is about this one. So here we have... No, not the world, I want the pipe. We have liquid and gas at minus 184 Celsius. And so if we go look at nitrogen, which is what we're cooling down, we want Celsius at minus 184 Celsius. We have a pressure at the equilibrium between liquid and gas of 199.5 kilopascals, right? And so here, take the labeler off, I guess. Well, I guess we are... Oh yes, so for this one we were a bit above, so here we were at minus 161, sorry, that's the one I wanted to look at first. So minus 161 here is 565 kilopascals, right? And so here we are around this pressure, right? I say 665? 565. So at 612 we are a bit above. So that we are basically in this region where stuff becomes liquid, and so we have gas that becomes liquid and that we can transfer to the liquid side, and then it evaporates on the liquid side, right? And we want an excess of liquid. So that's basically what we're doing here. And now we are, I forgot the temperature. We are at minus 184 Celsius here on this side. And so at minus 184 Celsius, we should be at 199 kilopascals. So I guess we're gonna go to like 210 maybe, something like that. So just a few degrees above, or maybe like 220 kilopascals, just a bit above in temperature, so that we have an excess of material. So what did I say? 220? Yeah, 220. So let's go to 220 kilopascals here. Oops, 220. Perfect. And now we turn that on. So we are at 220 kilopascals. The temperature is quickly going down here. And of course, if we look at the previous stage, the temperature is now much higher. And you see that the liquid is quickly evaporating. And now we just have gas again. And that's normal. That's because we are absorbing all the heat from this side. And so now the whole thing needs to recover, right? So same on this side, the amount of liquid is quickly going down, but at some point it should just recover. So that's where we are at. And so here we should be, I think, above the target pressure. Yep. So 681, and the target pressure here is 612. So here we have more pressure in the pipe just because we evaporated everything, right? And now we are starting to form liquid nitrogen once again, which is immediately gonna go here and start to evaporate, right? And so we have this liquid gas equilibrium that's gonna form, and that's gonna keep bringing down the temperature of this pipe until it is at its target, basically. So at minus 181, whatever it was, for the previous stage. So we are quickly going down in temperature, but of course it means that as we go down, the gases are contracting here in there, so the pressure would be going down. If I turn off here this pump, you see that this pressure is gonna go down slowly. So you see we are at 219 kilopascals here already, and that's gonna keep going down. But because we keep this pressure regulator on, we keep at 220, and to do that, it means we're constantly topping it up with new gas. So we have always more gas to keep. Woo! Um, we have always new gas to keep cooling down with the new system. Um, so that's basically what's going on here, is that we are cooling the gas as it's going in, and at some point we'll reach the temperature where it's gonna go liquid. Hey Jerry Mondu, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, that was a bad idea to be in here. How do we go up now? um, yeah, that was not the time you want to fall down, actually. Not the bestest of ideas. What do I do now? I guess I saw that over here. I guess we can take the grinder to... Not the grinder? No, not the grinder, the wrench, I think. This one. And maybe now we can jump out. Yes, we can. Ooh, saved. Hey, Yuki! How are you doing? Hi, hi! Welcome in! In case of emergency, you can use a wasteland as a jetpack. I guess that's right. Yes, yes. That is true. Hey, Azrael! How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Yes, we had just a slight jetpack issue. Well, I intentionally let it run out, but I guess I didn't expect to fall in a hole when I did. When I did run out. That was a bit silly of me. But that's fine, we recovered. Perfect. Doing good, still working, but you're fine? Oh yeah, you're in the US, are you? Or something like that? It's 10 p.m. over here, so it's a bit unexpected for me. The best solutions always involves cheese. Never have wiser words been said. Tooting my own horn a little bit right here. So yes, we just expanded one more stage to the cooling tower. So the purpose of this tower, if that's the first time you're in the stream, um, is we want to produce liquid nitrogen basically as cold as it gets. So liquid nitrogen as cold as it gets would be around minus 227 to 20 degrees, right? Celsius degrees. Took an order for Fiverr and you're regretting it. Oh yes, so this game is Stationeers. So what's going on here is that we landed on Mars. We are an explorator. We landed on Mars with this landing pod. We had a few boxes of material in here, and on Mars we need to, well, basically collect and process and materials and make new stuff so that we can survive and expand and thrive, basically. So that's the whole point of this game. So we have a bunch of machinery in here um, where we can produce a bunch of items. So here you can see I produced pipes with this machine just a moment ago. We have a smelting furnace set up. We have stuff to do electronic systems, etc. We have a bunch of raw ores that we collected um, from the soil, basically, and different alloys. And to produce these different alloys, you need to put them in the smelter at a certain temperature, at a certain pressure, with a certain mix of ores, and that allows you to produce the right alloys that allow you to make more and more advanced materials, right? So right now we are at a stage where we have, well, first of all, we have a pressurized room. That's very important. Hey Kaz, how are you doing? So we have a pressurized room with an atmosphere. If we look at the composition of this atmosphere, we have about 10% CO2, 70% nitrogen, a lot of oxygen. How did we end up with pollutants in here? I'm not sure. Um, yeah, how did that come in? Weird. Anyway, we shouldn't have pollutants in the atmosphere because I took a lot of time trying to remove them, but it appears some appeared anyway. Sprayed something? I don't think so. I don't know. You wish you could cheat and fill the total for Subnautica? Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, so we have the Subnautica challenge. We are playing Subnautica Below Zero. We made 2 streams of it. Last stream was a Subnautica stream actually. Um, and the way this works is we have a community challenge. You're taking your dog for a walk. Yeah, see you later. Have a nice walk, Yuki. So we have a community challenge with channel points, and so you can contribute to the community challenge. And when we fulfill the community challenge, then we play Subnautica. So yeah, in here we have plants that we've started growing again. We had a small issue with water being very, very hot last time. Yes, there is logic behind the grow lights. Absolutely, I can show you that right now. So that's the logic chip behind the grow lights. And if we take a look at it, so the idea here is basically we calculated that the sun, because it moves 360 degrees in the sky over the course of 10 minutes, of 20 minutes, sorry. So 10 minutes of daylight, 10 minutes of nighttime. It's 18 degrees per minute that it's moving. And we want 10 minutes of light times. So basically, we convert that to an angle around 0. So we say that from I guess well, from a certain angle plus a certain angle to minus this certain angle, the grow lights should be on, otherwise they should be off. And we have a sensor that senses the vertical angle of the sun, and we can just activate or deactivate the lights based on that. Um, so that's what we are doing for the lights. And so basically they activate and deactivate like just a little bit before nighttime, well, before dawn and dusk, um, so that we may supplement a little bit the light of the sun that's not enough naturally for all the plants. Yeah, we had an incident last time. I think what happened is that the water in our system was too hot. It was around 60 degrees or 70 degrees, I think. And all the plants died last time. So currently we are recovering. Still thriving towards seeding. That's completed. Perfect. So here we have our 3 ferns. That's perfect. And I guess this should be okay. All right. So that's pretty much recovered. You'd start to panic with that low amount of oxygen in your canister. We have a full canister right here. So at any point I can pop in and just refill my oxygen. So here I have the temperature regulation for the base, and we have an oxygen filter that just takes oxygen and fills the canister to 7.5 kilopascals. So because we have this nice room which is pressurized, which is regulated to the right amount of oxygen, etc., we really don't need to worry about oxygen. So yeah, so that's our pressurized room. Above it, we have a solar panels tower, which is 7 floors high. I think. I think it's 7 floors. All solar panels are tracking the sun, and on top of it, we have a tracking beacon that we can turn on and off using this lever. Um, so yeah, we are producing a bunch of power, which is going to this battery and these batteries over here. You can see that we are very full on power at the moment, so we are pretty okay. Hydration critical. Hey Guppy! Thank you for the resub! How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Let's go hydrate. Just as we have hydration critical, Guppy comes in. That's a bit sus, isn't it? Yeah, let's just finish this tomato soup. Not feeling tongues on another base. No, no, definitely not. But would you say it if you were? But this time the water is at a temperature where it can be used, right? So at least there's that. You know what? I was looking at the plants and I was wondering, like, if like they don't seem to have like water to hot stat or whatever. But I bet what happens is that above a certain temperature for the water, the hydroponics tray doesn't take the water. So probably the plants just were dehydrated. I bet that's what happened here. Yes, there is a new Subnautica channel points goal. I had to recreate it from the start. Somehow it wouldn't even let me recreate it before I deleted the old one. It was a mess. Yeah, like, I don't know why Twitch doesn't let you say, oh, let's just restart this goal. That would be the clever way to do it. Here I had to recreate the whole thing from the start. Thankfully, I had everything saved somewhere where I could actually recreate it, but yeah. So yeah, we have all these tanks. We have temperature regulation for each tank, which is the last thing we did. And today we are about to start setting up a fuel mixing setup. Because for the furnace right now we have a hot gas, cold gas system where we just have very hot gas at... I don't have any battery in this, do I? Yep, exactly what happened. Uh, Hopefully, over time, we are going to have a ton of very large batteries, and then batteries won't be an issue for anything anymore. So yeah, we have hot gas at 2000 degrees, we have cold gas at basically 0 degrees. But this cold gas actually varies in temperature because it's a very like crude setup. So I need to get that a bit better. But anyway, we have a furnace system where like the automation control is a huge mess at the moment because we have several systems that we tried to set up. So there's that. But we have one that works, so yeah. Anyway, so yes, we were about to connect the volatiles here. So we have made an oxygen pipe. Last thing we need last stream was making an oxygen pipe and a volatiles pipe. And once we have this, we can have a fuel mixing setup. So now I'm gonna need a heat exchanger, not a counterflow one, that would be a bit stupid. What do I have here? Active vent, no. I guess I don't have what I need.
Air tank low.
Is the pressure regulator the one that has a mixer? Nope. Then I guess I don't need a... Any idea how I'm gonna make the fuel mixing via volume pumps or using the gas mixer? I guess we should just use the gas mixer and an IC10 chip. That's probably the easiest way, most economic in power, etc. That's what I'm thinking right now. Technically, it's not very different technically. So I think my preferred option would be that. Was I crafting something here? No, I wasn't. Good. Um, Iron, gold, and copper. I guess let's renew the oxygen tank while we're here. Yes, I know that. So my plan here is to have an equilibrium, like have a heat exchanger between the two gases, so that they are at the same temperature, and then we can just regulate based on pressure. So we're gonna have an IC10 regulate the fuel mixer. So I guess we're gonna need two sensors, two valves, one-way valves just to close the system, a small direct heat exchanger, and and yeah, I think that's it. And of course, an IC10 chip. So iron, gold, and copper here. As far as you know, the gas mixer ignores pressure. Only temperature have to be the same. Oh, interesting. So what you're saying is even if both sides aren't at the
Careful
same...
synopsis just followed.
Hey, careful, Synops. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So what you're saying is even if both pressures are different, as long as I have equilibrium temperature, the gas mixing is going to be perfect? Hmm. Interesting. Then I guess I just need one. I might just need one or two chips then. Because I think, does the gas mixer? Let me check. Does the gas mixer know its output pressure? It doesn't. So I need a sensor at the output anyway, just to know the pressure at its output and turn it off when the pressure in the in the system is too high. Well, is high enough. For example, O2 have 10 millipascals and volatiles have 20 millipascals or megapascals, I guess. Is what you meant. But the same temperature and the setting is 6634. It will mix it perfect. Okay, interesting. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't have expected that, but I guess it kind of makes sense with how the pumps work. What was I doing here? I was looking for iron. So I guess if I just have the small heat exchanger, then that's enough. Yeah, just be careful which input is O2 and which one is volatiles. Yep, absolutely. Um, so we need a small direct heat exchanger. Perfect, perfect. So that should be fine. And last, we are going to need a sensor. No, that's not the right one. Is it not in this machine? Pipe analyzer, sorry. What happens if the oxygen is cold? You'd have expected it to mix by moles. I think what's happening is that it's because it's volume pumps. So it's pumping a certain volume. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Oh no, I know what it is. It's because the pumping is isothermal. So it's pumping by moles, but whatever the pressure is at the output, it tries to output it at the same temperature. Um, so the two gases at two different temperatures is gonna mix, and that's gonna result in a different mix ratio than what you would have had normally. Um, so that's basically the pumps in Stationeers are weird. The pumps in Stationeers are weird. What normally happens with the pump is that you pump a certain volume of gas from one side to the other. Here, what the pumps do is that they are actually heating and cooling at the same time. just to keep the output at the same temperature, and that results in weird things happening, and I think that's one of them. Oh, I need electrum. Sorry, I'm being a bit distracted. When the gas mixer ignores input pressures, it will take more moles of the colder gas than you would expect. Yeah. So if you don't have the same temperatures, what you have to do is to calculate the ratio of volumes that you would need uh, based on the same temperature. Really, it should do one or the other. Here it does a weird mix. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah, if the temperature isn't the same, I can use the IC10, which is kind of what I planned to do, but I guess we don't need to in this case. So that's which one is my oxygen and which one is... So that's my volatile on the right, and on the left is my oxygen pipe. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna need a tank actually. That's something I should consider. I guess let's do the gas mixing here, and we have a tank either here or here. So let's see for the heat exchanger first. How do we place it? I guess we are going to place it like this. Yes. And so then I want my pipes. Hey, Otuno, how are you doing? The whole crew is here today. We have Yuki, we have Otuno. Finally able to catch an Aster stream. Yes, yes. How are you doing? And we immediately have an ad break. Ads just for you. How do I do that? I think like this is probably nice. Then I can be like, yep. I can't hear because of them. You had that problem on Vulkan, so you program an IC to calculate the ratio for perfect fuel and check that the output will be under the auto ignition temperature. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I had to put the whole cooling system here for the different fuel tanks, because this was at like 400 degrees or something like that. So it would have been bad if I tried to mix them just like that. It would have been a mess. You're in time, just in time to spot a wild dot, you know. Yes, yes. 300, I think it's 300 Kelvin. It's fairly low temperature, but it was just volatiles in the tank, so So it was okay, but as soon as I would have mixed it, it would have exploded basically. Oh, it's 300 Celsius? Yeah, could be. Oh, oh, I'm sleeping out. And the ads are finished. So yes, welcome at you managed to time yourself coming in just as the ad started. Very good timing. How are you doing? Yeah, we caught a wild and a wild Yuki today. I guess it's a good side effect of lack of Laimu, right? I get to get the whole crew in here. So I'm gonna need a few valve kits. Let's make, I guess, 3 of them. Just doing some research and looking at some artist portfolios. Nice. What are you looking for? For new emotes? Yeah, I'm doing great. I was on vacation for the past few days. I went to Spain, to the Costa Brava, and I went diving on Islas Medes, which is a great place to dive. I went there a few years ago with my diving club. At the time, we spent a week there for like certification purposes, and so this time I went there and I was able to do 2 dives with my family, so it was nice. I went there for a few days, just for a few days, but very much enjoyed it. So I went and did some real life Subnautica, and I didn't let the fish eat me. So that's a win, right? So let's see here. I need to have these 2 inputs and an output, so I guess I can have it like that. Should be fine. And so then we need to figure out which side produces, well, which side is entry 1, which side is entry 2, basically. I need more pipes, as always. Could be the heat exchanger needs some flow rate to equalize the temperature? I don't think so. I think it just does. If you look at it, oop, not what I intended to do. We are at 41.4, 41.5, so we're basically at the same temperature right now. And if you look in here, we have 20 degrees and 40 degrees, right? So it just equalizes. It's just that it has a heat exchange rate between the two networks that's not infinite. So depending on the size of the two networks, it can take a while to equalize. You definitely hope to go to Spain, Italy, Germany if you do go to Europe in a future trip. I know you know one person in at least every European country to ask for advice. Yeah, that's true. That's a great thing with Twitch, right? You get to meet people from all over the world. Austria is nice. I never went to Austria. That's a country I should definitely visit at some point. I think I actually visited Europe less than other countries, a lot less than other countries. It's kind of this thing of you never visit the place you live as much as the places that are far away. So yeah, in Europe, well, I visited the countries that are just around France a bunch, but I didn't visit so much more Eastern countries. Um, well, northeastern, I should say. Uh, I went, I went to Greece, to Croatia, but I didn't go further north than that much. And I definitely want to at some point. Those countries are cheap but less things to see. I'm not sure there's so much less things to see actually. I don't think so because especially in Northeast Europe, culturally it's more Slavic roots, which is very very different from France, for example. So so it should be very interesting to get to see like all the kind of monuments that we just don't have in France. Um, Actually, I went to Bulgaria last year for work, so I had just a little bit of time to visit Sofia, and it was super nice. But I spent like 2 days in there, and most of it was in meetings. So that's the kind of places I would like to go for leisure one day. Estonia, Latvia, Poland, they have the main cities which are nice, but then kilometers and kilometers of nothing to see. I mean, that's fine because you're not going cross country so much, right? And even if you were, I guess the landscapes could be nice. You're allowing artists to stream your commissions, so they may and will be there in the wild. That's nice. I actually need to get more art done for the channel. I want to get new emotes. But the emote artist who did my emotes, he's a Japanese student, I think. And and last year he had an issue with a typhoon, which basically wiped out his whole setup. He lost kind of everything. So he was like, "Yeah, I cannot do commissions anymore." So I need to contact him and see if he has recovered. I really, really want to. to get more of them done. Yeah, that was very sad that he had this issue. Like he did absolutely great work with these emotes. I love them. I love them so much. Communication is a bit difficult because I think he doesn't speak English or not very well, so it's basically Google Translate for him. But yeah, it was he did great work with this. That's definitely one of the projects I want to work in shortly, relatively shortly. So let's see, what's input one, what's input two? I would guess this one is probably input one. Do I have... I don't really have a way to know in game. I guess let's just try. Um, if we say like, let's see if this works. Oh, that was... Yeah, I do need energy. Sometimes artists you want to work with may not always be available, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not always easy to just get things to sync. I guess I'm gonna run a power cable, a main power cable over here. That should be... because that's my main power, right? So that's directly from the batteries. And so, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Um, how do I do that? I am going to need... gonna need you to just get dismantled. Thank you. And then that means that I can go like this. And of course I have a pipe in the way, so I'm not gonna do it like that. I'm gonna run it, I guess, on the bottom. Just like that. In the frame. It's a bit of a mess to place, but we can do it. We're definitely gonna need more cables. You haven't seen Kelly on Twitch anymore, and no news on Twitter since April, but you're glad to know she's doing well. This game looks complicated. It's it's very detailed. It's very detail oriented. So it's like, yeah, you have to place like every cable, you have to place every pipe, you have to do a bit of programming sometimes, and oh, I'm sorry, um, and these kind of things. Um, but it's a fun challenge as well. This puzzle, like you don't have to do everything extremely technical oriented like I do. That's definitely not necessary. So we are below the gray one. All right. Um, but I think I like this idea of having the systems interconnect and interact. I want to get towards that. I want to get towards like having deep miners that produce ores and that send these ores um, to something that's gonna smelt it, and then that's gonna send these to something that's gonna process it. And little by little, stage by stage, you start automating stuff and start having things interact. And I think that's what I really want to move towards. But you could as well just have fairly basic setup and then just build a base. That would also work. I know Fire, for example, prefers to do this. She's not someone who's very technically oriented, um, but she really likes to do all the architectural stuff. So she just goes mine for ores, manually smelts them, and builds a base, right? So you don't really have to do all the very complicated stuff, but when you want to do a bit of automation, you can have stuff like that where it's like, oh, I push any button, the doors open and close, all of them, right? Or have like my atmosphere regulation where I have a system that just pumps in oxygen, CO2, nitrogen as needed, and pumps out whatever is needed just so it regulates my atmosphere. I could do an atmosphere manually and top it up from time to time or something like that. Yeah, you don't have to do the automation stuff, but if you want to go into it, I think that's when the game really shines. I guess let's just take this and start placing them. We're gonna need a bunch of them anyway. We are just here, so if we do too much, we can never do too much, right? Yeah, the calculations are, well, you can do thermodynamics, but my point is you don't have to. For someone like me who's a physicist, I mean, thermodynamics is literally one of my specialties. Um, that's something I really enjoy to do. So of course I'm gonna try to do these calculations and calculate stuff, etc. But for example, if you look at the furnace setup, the systems that ended up working best was the one that used less physics actually. Where I'm like, oh, it's too cold, add hot gas. It's too hot, add cold gas. Too much pressure, remove gas. and that's enough to make like the very advanced furnace setup. Whereas my system that was physics based didn't really work. Your bases look like chaotic mess. I'm not very good at doing all the architectural stuff, but I like the idea of having the option and trying to improve on that. It's the same with Satisfactory, for example. Like you have all these base building blocks. You don't have to build bases. You can just build a big jumbled mess, or just build a big concrete platform, right? Um, but I dislike it. Like it's games that look beautiful, and so I think it's almost a shame to not explore that side of the game and to just do a big jumbled mess. So that's something I really want to try to do is so for this space, for example, my goal is to have kind of an industrial aesthetics. So that's why like all my pipes are above ground. Um, I like the fact that it's kind of starting to look like a factory, right? With all these pipes going around, like I don't know, a refinery or something like that. Especially if you look in this area, which is a bit more involved. No, I don't have a deep miner yet. I'm moving towards that. So the goal of this fuel mixing that I'm doing is to be able to get a centrifuge, a combustion centrifuge running, and once I have the combustion centrifuge, then I will be able to do some deep mining. What I think I'm going to eventually do, once I have all these systems, like the basic version of this system set up, is that I'm going to have a building dedicated to this ore processing. Hmm. Oh yes, I need to go below that. Alright, I guess I guess it's wrenching time. Hmm, that's gonna be an issue. Where is my mining belt? 6. Yes, please. Set to flatten. So here, when I pick a level at the start, it's gonna keep trying to mine the ground at this level I've set at the start. Here we go. Uh, ooh, that's fairly nice equilibration here. Ah, fuck. Sorry. Well, I made a hole. Yeah, sure, sure. Oh, come on. Here we go. Did I already use a combustion centrifuge before? Yes, once. I have another save that I used a little bit before I started this one. Just to, test stuff. And in this save, I set up a basic combustion centrifuge. Well, a basic. I automated it. But for this save here, I'm going much slower because I am trying to have as much of a closed loop system as I can, which I guess would encourage me to use the other kind of centrifuge. But I guess we can still use a combustion centrifuge, that's fine. And so for the furnace, we didn't set up a fuel mixing system. So now we have to go do that. Is basically what's going on here. Okay, so we're gonna need to do a bit of filling this part. Can go hide, and I'm gonna need a few tiles. First time you weren't able to do it manually. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I don't understand why they designed the combustion centrifuge how they did. It's a weird one. Definitely. Hopefully we see it today, but I'm not super confident because I've been saying hopefully we'll set up the combustion centrifuge today for like 4 streams. So today I decided to not have it in my title. It's like, okay, let's stop over promising. Let's maybe try to achieve what's in front of us first, and then we'll see. All right, that's good. So no, where? Oh wait, is my base still producing cables right now? How many hundred cables do I have?
Ezrail_44 just followed.
Thank you for the follow as well. Oops. Yeah, I may have produced a bunch of cables. A few too many, maybe? Well, on the plus side, we eventually ran out of copper, so... we didn't completely fill the whole base with cables. I think we were over here. Nope. I don't remember where we were. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. I will need them, yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing, even if we overproduce, it's not a bad thing. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, have a good one, Ochuno. I hope to see you next time. Thank you for tuning in. I think we have very incompatible schedules with what you know. Okay, so let's see here. Um, are we connected to the base, or did I forget something somewhere on the way? I guess is the main question here. Yes, we are connected to the rest of the base. Oh, thank you for the gift subs. Nice, and you. Whoa, that's a very nice snipe. We have Azrael, we have Yuki, we have Call Me Really. That's a great snipe. Thank you, Otino. And you started the hype train. Wait, how? I thought you had to have at least two people contribute to start a hype train. Did that change? Yeah, hype train from one event? That's super kind, Otino. Yeah, you got great RNG here. Thank you for the bits, Kaz. And oh, that's already a level 2 hype train even. Wow. That's going fast. That's surprising. One thing I want to do if my artist is able to is have this little hype train at the bottom of the screen where you have the different people appearing in it. But I'd want it to be like a rocket that expands, and you have like small windows in the rocket where you see the emotes for the different people. Thanks for the bit flame. I think that would be fun to have. Bit emotes when? Oh, I already have so many slots. I think I must have like 20 open slots or something stupid like that. Let me check. Um, emotes. I have. I have 6 level 1 animated emote slots opened, and 3 follower emote slots opened. So yeah, that's that's a lot of emotes I have to fill in. And Yuki reciprocating the gift from Otiuno. Thank you, Yuki. Thank you for the gift sub. That's so nice of all of you. So yeah, I guess I could do beat emotes. Uh, I was kind of waiting to have someone reach the threshold to or be close to the threshold to do it. You'll have to leave Flame in charge. You're going to bed, Kaz? I'm fairly reasonable recently, you have to admit. Right, right? So I need the junction box here. You should go to bed. Oh, you could just watch half of the night. You've not been sleeping well? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh wait, that's this machine that I need. What's the name of the thing? Power controller. Iron, copper, and solder, and I already used all my copper, didn't I? Unless I have some in here, I do. Nice. Come back here, Electrum. You may be back. The best solution always involves cheese. Going for cheese and water, that's perfect. And that's the hype train. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. What did I do with the iron? I don't have iron here? What did I do with the iron? Oh, it's right here. And solder. Oh, you got the froggy emote, the froggy emote. Frog ponder. The grumpy froggy. That's very on point for when you're like, what the hell is he doing? You think that's a new emote? You have so many it's hard to tell, yeah. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to tell which one is the new one. I can never see. I don't see very well the. I think it's this way. Yes, it is. Perfect. Alright, so the area port controller is basically an isolation box to get from one circuit to the other, and it's gonna allow me to basically be able to say, okay, let's disconnect this system if I want to. Without disconnecting the whole base. So it's great for like power management situation where you're like, oh, my whole base is burning out. What should I do? Let's disconnect the non-essential systems, right? And for here, I should put in a battery, which is also gonna allow it to have like some reserve in case the main power it gets cut off. And let's see, what do I need again for nuclear battery? I guess I could build a nuclear battery. And that way I can replace a large battery with a nuclear battery. I think that's a good idea to do it like that. So I need Inconel and Astroloy, so basically advanced stuff. So that's the most advanced batch of alloys, Inconel and Astroloy and Stellite and Waspaloy and Hastaloy. And they are the most difficult to craft, of course. And we can switch it so that at the end it just produces one. Okay, water, bed, and Alastor on the tablet. I think I'm corrupting Kaz. She's getting unreasonable because of me. We can rename that fuel mixer. That way, when we look at the stats on the main circuit, we can see what the fuel mixer is consuming, although I do think what it's telling us is wrong a lot of the time. So that's not amazing, but it is what it is. What's next? We wanted to see what this is doing. Oh, yes, I don't have power in here. Dup. I need to turn it on. Woo! And that's a storm. That's a network analyzer, so it's not gas either. Perfect. Right? Yeah. It's 2 volatiles to 1 oxygen. Amazing. Despite the fact that this was at a different pressure from this one. So yes, I can confirm pressure is basically ignored here. Because if pressure was taken into account, this should have been a very different ratio here. And of course, the temperature is basically the same one as it was on either side. Alright. Great. And so here we need... Oh. Also, why did I use this kind of cables here? I don't need high power cables for the system itself. I need low power cables. Oop. Yes, true. So let's first uproot these cables. Hey, come in. I know I can see you. You have to be pretty much pixel perfect with this, that's annoying. There we go. Hey Elf, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello. I would ask how was Shadows of New York, but I know because I was in here. How are you doing, Elf? You just missed Otuno. The whole gang is here today. Alright, let's get inside because the storm is annoying. It's making everything stutter on my computer. Let's get in here. First of all, that's a big battery. Yes. Well, not a big battery, that's a nuclear battery. Yay! So nuclear battery, we're gonna need to exchange that with the battery for the other stuff. Let's drop off our gas tank. We can turn this off. You slept a lot today, know you have to pack for tomorrow, but you're still too lazy. That's basically what I did. I slept super late today. So I I came back quite late. My mom was like, "You do know that the voting booths are closing relatively soon, right? Are you on the way?" And yes, we have a new Subnautica goal. When we reach 40k points, we play Subnautica again. You would recommend some fuse if I build such long cableways? You know 100 kilowatts seems much, but it would be a mess searching for broken cables. So what I have here is that I just have one main line that's very long, that is like the main power line that goes out of the batteries and goes to the junction boxes, and then I just have junction boxes going out of that. Yeah, there was voting today. It was a second round of, after the European elections, the French president dissolved the National Assembly. And so today was the second round of these elections. You did your voting some weeks ago in the very last alpha hour. Yeah, that's basically what I did. It seems the voting went actually very well compared to the estimations, so I'm pretty happy about it. We don't have the official results yet, but from what I've heard, it seems it went better than expected. So yeah, fuses don't cost much, and you can make one 100 kilowatts as a start. So if you really overload your main way, only the fuse will break. Wait, there is a fuse component actually? Oh yes, there is. Yeah, I should have a fuse. You are right. I didn't know about that. Thank you. And 100 kilowatts is the limit for the high power cable, right? Yep, 100 kilowatt maximum wattage. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's a great idea. Alright, so the plants seem to have perfectly recovered. That's nice. What do we need? We need water. I really need to install a sink at some point. And we need a shower, which we are gonna have inventory issues for. Good. Oh, yes. The light. Better to turn the light on. Close the door, turn on the water, take a nice shower. Doo. Oof. I still don't know how the shower works. Like, I don't know if it's just okay to stand in the same tile as the shower, or if you have to be right here inside. I'm not exactly sure. Oop. Oh no, I got myself wet. Hydrate. Thank you. My favorite cheeses. Euh, Mon fromage favori est évidemment le reblochon. Évidemment. Euh, Sinon, Saint-Félicien, c'est très bon. Euh, j'aime bien les fromages de vache de manière générale, qui ont un peu du goût. J'aime bien le bleu, j'aime bien ces trucs-là. J'aime pas trop le fromage de chèvre. Yes, French. Elf is taking notes. Fromage de chèvre. I'm not a huge fan of goat cheese. Um, I don't know. I don't really like the goat cheese taste. Um, Unless I guess when it's very um, fresh cheese, then that's fine. Then I'm fine with it. But if it's aged, it's too strong for me. I don't like this aged goat cheese taste. All right, perfect. So that's what we have here. So next I'm gonna need a chip. I guess I can get um, a reader chip, a comparator, and a setter, and that's about it, right? It is very distinct, yes. Yeah, I'm more into coaches. Oh, I did have a controller kit. Alright, so I think I'm gonna need processor and IO kits. Yeah, I want to do overpressure safety. Because this will be pumping, this will be turned on until the pipe explodes, basically. All cheeses are valid. Yep. So I think I want a logic reader and a logic writer and a comparator, right? Yeah, Parmigiano is great. I love Parmigiano. A memory for setting. Oh, yes, maybe a memory for setting the max pressure too. That's right. It would be easier to put in an IC10, right? Like, how much power consumption is the logic chip? I take a logic writer, it's 10 watts. And if I take an IC10, well, it doesn't really tell me, but IC housing, I guess. Not the kit, sorry. It's 50 watt. Oh, Parmesan, the American fake one. I didn't know there was a fake one. Oh my god. Reading pressure memory for max pressure. Comparing math unique and one right. Yeah, I guess it might still be more efficient to use logic units in this case because we have very, very few logic stuff to do. So let's try to do it. So I need to read. I need a writer. That's gonna be here. And I'm gonna need a logic gate or a logic compare, I guess. There is fake parmesan in Germany, but it's not that bad. Would maybe not enjoy it as much as a real thing, but you still would eat it. Compare, and is the memory in here? I don't think it is, so I need to craft a memory. Hey, Damaged Carbine, how are you doing? Oop, outbreak. And of course, it means all of chat disappeared for me. Something like it should be one on the gas mixer if it's under max pressure. Yep. Locking a bill while you do laundry. And yes. Of course the outbreak happens right as people come in. That's always the best time for an outbreak, right? That's why we do outbreaks, so we don't have pre-rolls. Oh wait, if it happens right as people come in, it's just the same. Silly Twitch. We literally run with cheese. Same with olives. There are olives that test divide, and then you have the regular ones in salads. And elf, it's all of them! Okay, so I think that should be fine. You see no ads? Oh, that's weird. It is definitely telling me that there's an ad break going on. So, in theory, you should see ads. Oh, your sub, yeah, your sub, sorry. Yeah, of course you see no. I don't see your sub badge. That's weird. I guess. Do I see the badge, sub badge on? Yeah, I do. I guess because I see the first. Yeah. That makes sense. Does it display the first if you run subbed? I'm not sure how it works. But anyway, we are about to end the ad break, so we can have everybody back. And welcome back, everybody. Yeah, sorry about the ad break. It decided to do an ad break right as you came in. First is always a sub. It means founder. Yes, but it's someone who was subbed at some point. I think probably what happens is like you see the founder badge when you're subbed, but if you unsub at some point, you're still technically a founder, but you don't see the badge until you resub or something like that. Are we sure the compare is the right one? You don't use logic chips. I'm not sure, no, because I don't use logic chips either, so I guess we'll see. That's an opportunity to learn. So let's see here. This is gonna be like that. Um, Here we go. If you drop your sub and then come back, then the badge will come back unless the streamer transfers it to someone else. Yep. And I'm actually not sure where you transfer it to someone else because I've never seen that in my interface, so eh? You don't know what the hierarchy of badge subs, founder, and VIP? I think VIP is an extra slot. Yeah. VIP, I think, is on the same slot as train driver stuff. I think. Oh, and I do need to. Oops. I do need to connect the output here. All right. So that should be it in terms of wire setups. Let's try to actually. So the input is gonna be the pipe analyzer, yes. Um, for which we want to read sorry, why is it? No, I need to cycle to pipe analyzer, sorry. So I want to read pressure. Um, can I see the logic stuff on the tablet? I cannot. Well, maybe if I turn it on, I could. Oh, wait. I cycle to pressure, sorry. Pressure is 0? What? There's a cartridge for that? Which one is it? The e-reader? Is it the e-reader cartridge? No? Okay, GPS, configuration, Atmos. I don't see it. What could it be? Configuration? Configuration, okay. I guess we'll have to do that then. Can I? It's warning me about hunger, okay. Configuration cartridge. Yep, come back here. Device configuration. So what if I point a pipe? No, but if I do point... Alright, oh, interesting. So it's telling me it's off? No, it's on. Okay, okay. But it doesn't tell me much. The red light should be green. Why is it... You know what? Oh, wait. Alright, so that's on. No. Okay, that's on. Yep, yep. But why is... No, that's on, right? Yeah, that's what I did. If I do this, I do left click. Here, if I do left, it's telling me if I do left mouse, it's gonna get on. So that should be on, but it's not. It looks like it's not getting power. Why is it not getting power? Oh, derp. This was off. Yeah, that's much better like that. It works so much better if I turn on the power, you know? Oh, we do look at that. 871.072, and that should be the pressure in kilopascals. Perfect. All right, all right. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot sometimes. So no, that's logic reader, perfect. And that's gonna be logic memory. And we are gonna be like, we want you to be 2 megapascals. And so this one, well, it's off at the moment. And this one is a setting of 2000. So logic reader, logic memory, and what do we want for the output? We want to have 1 less than 2, and we put this on when that's the case. Is that correct? So here the state would be 1, yes. That seems correct. All right. Oop, I jumped in the hole. Because of course I would. So, comparator. We output to the gas mixer. And it's gonna be the on state. And so if we turn that on, that gets on. We definitely want the atmosphere analyzer now. I want the pipe, please. I guess I can look at the analyzer. So that's getting higher. If I try to be like, oh, you want to have like 100 kilopascals, right? That's on right now, but that could be dangerous, not equal, because it goes over, it's also not equal. No, it's not on not equal at the moment. It's on, oh, it is on not equals. That's not what I wanted to have it on. Alright. 1 less than 2. That's what I wanted. 1 greater than 2. Uh oh. That's no. It's definitely less than we want. Uh, 40 megapascals? That's a bit much. Hmm. What's going on here? Is it not doing it? It's putting the gas mixer on to state 0. So that should work, shouldn't it? Hmm. We might want to remove that pipe temporarily. Or maybe to add more pipes. Do we have pipes? We don't. Mm-hmm. Beam. Alright. Let's try again. Shall we? So that's 1.5 megapascals in there. Already? Wow. How much is in here? Don't quit your day job. Oh wait. I didn't quit. I just finished my contract. That's all. You're going to try and sleep. Have a great night, Kaz. The setting on the memory is 100. So it should be 100 kilopascals in theory. So maybe it's going a bit fast. So here we have less. So that's definitely 0. 1.5 is not less than 100. So I guess that works. But I guess it's just one pipe, right? So that might be why. Next we need to build a tank and actually fill the tank. I think that's just what's going on. But I think... Yep, I think it's just too fast for that one pipe. So I think let's just try to add a few tiles and build a tank. And we'll see what happens. I forgot my pipes inside. I guess I can leave the plant analyzer. Oh, I can definitely leave the ore scanner cartridge in here, actually. I don't need that anymore, I have the glasses. So... You don't know why you were in pure panic. When the pressure showed 30 megapascals and 40 megapascals. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's okay, it's just one pipe. If it bursts, you know. What did I want? I want my frames. Um, I guess I need new frames. Do I have anything in here? No. Which means I need steel, which is in here. Uh, well, at least it forces me to go store properly my stuff. Steel frames. Yeah, no, it wasn't intentional. I thought I had put in a greater. I guess it was on switch to greater, and I mixed it up with. Oh, it's actually on greater. I think that's what happened here. Or I imagined it, I don't know what happened. But I definitely didn't. I thought it was all. Yeah, I thought it was a different settings than it actually was. That's why I was confused when I read your message about not equal. I was like, I'm not on not equal. What is he talking about? And then I looked. I was like, oh yeah, actually, good point. Good point. Okay, so let's add a few frames. Let's add, I guess, 2 rows would be nice. You have to sleep now. Yeah, have a great night. Oh yeah, if you wake up at 6, yeah, definitely do go sleep. Yeah, hopefully I see you another day. I think I will have more opportunities to stream at the moment. I'm unemployed, so that's a good time to do a bit more streaming. That said, there is family around a lot, so also it poses some challenges for streaming. So I'll have to see how that affects my streaming schedule. We'll see. It's always a mess when you have family around and are trying to accommodate everything at. What did I do? Oh no. What? Um. Okay, that's a mess. Alright. Hydrate and posture check. And stretch. Ah, that's nice. Stretch, everybody. And ooh, I'm out of water actually. Thankfully, I have a full bottle of it. No coffee today. And pressure check. Yeah, pressure's fine. No pressure. Let's get a few steel plates. Power check. I think I have some time margin. Considering to get to 50% it takes a certain number of days. I can probably wait to reach power critical to change my battery, and even then I would have a few days left. That's a nice thing about these big batteries. I need to make more anyway. Alright. Fine. Steel sheets. Hey. I think I need what? 3 or 4 of them at the moment. But as usual, let's overproduce. Because you can never overproduce. Yep, that was 4. Alright. What's next? I need a tank, insulated tank. Let's turn off this machine. Copper, steel and silicon. Again, gonna need copper. And what's in here? I bet it's an ingot. Yep, iron. Okay. Thank you very much. And that should be enough for our fuel setup. Really thinking about it, I could remove the pipe analyzer and just connect it to the tank. Right? That would work. And this should be... I guess it could be like that. Yep, that's working. And now we reached 105 kilopascals, which is about 100 kilopascals. And that's perfect. Alright. So I guess next, let's try this idea. What if I just connect the tank instead of connecting everything else in the universe? I can go below. I don't really need to, but eh. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hunger critical.
Oh no, I'm critically hungry. I am so hungry. Alright. And so let's turn that off for a moment. If instead of taking pipe analyzer, I take the small tank and I read the pressure. Right, 104.9 state 0. And so that means that this pipe analyzer is obsolete. Which is amazing, because that's one less thing consuming power. I can be like, beep. And then I can remove that. I guess I can remove this whole thing. That's good. And this can be a T. I guess I'm doing it in two parts because I can never distinguish between the three-way T and the way T. So here I'm reading from the small tank the pressure. I have the pressure. Comparing this and the target. And this is outputting to the gas mixer state on off. Alright. Nice. And so now, if I tell it to go 200 kilopascals as a test, confirm. Pressure is increasing. 200. We are above 200, 212 kilopascals. And we turn off. Yay! Well, I guess now we can just say 2 megapascals then. And we go it. Because the game is taking us tutulu, 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 tululu. The frames should be in there. Alright. Can open. No, wrong one. E. I'm hitting all the wrong keys. And nums. Perfect. We can hydrate while we're here. We have a fuel mixer. Yay! Let's go do a little bit of painting, shall we? And what color are we using for the fuel? Well, I guess the standard would be orange. We could get it purple. I think purple is nice. Do you like purple, chat? Oop, wrong one. Actually, we do need the black paint because we need it for the nitrogen of the cold system. We need red for the volatiles, white for the oxygen. Oxygen is white, right? Yeah, I think oxygen is white. Yes, that's correct. And let's go make a purple canister. We have iron here. Okay. Oh, we have the yellow canister in here. Well, I guess that's okay. So, red. So that's the volatiles line. E. Alright. Um, I guess I can finish this. Whee! All the way over here. Then we need the white paint. Oh, that's gonna be a pain. Perfect, perfect. And the purple one. And then we need black for the nitrogen, which is all the way over there. Well, I guess the fact that we have yellow with us, well, I guess we don't really want the yellow in our inventory while we're messing with stuff. Um, why why do we have this stuff over here? Why is this? Oh yeah, that's a cold one. Yeah, that's a hot and cold. Well, I guess we can paint them. Well, I don't have the blue with me. Well, what's inside? I guess we don't care so much. I guess that would be purple technically, because that's water decomposed, so that would be a perfect mix of fuel. Can I get this one? Yes, I can. Can just get it. Okay. And that's a cold one, which we don't care so much about. And then we need black paint. So that's the nitrogen supply for the cold system, which we are going to need to temperature regulate at some point, but that's okay. Well, temperature regulate properly, I should say. And we need the last stage that we put in place today of the cold nitrogen system get painted. Perfect, and that's a good opportunity to check on it. How is it doing? Minus 183, I think that's what we had. And so we are technically producing some liquid in here, but not enough for it to survive. So I think that means we need to increase the pressure in here. Something like that. No, we are higher in temperature, so this is gonna need to spool up a little bit more. So if you haven't ever seen this system, this tower is trying to get nitrogen as cold as it gets. So we have a first stage with pollutants, well, two first stages with pollutants, going pollutants to liquid, to nitrogen liquefaction temperatures, basically. Um, and then if we were to try to get pollutants colder, it would just solidify. So then we switch to nitrogen, and we liquefy nitrogen, and each stage we get it a little bit colder. Um, and yeah, basically the idea is to bring nitrogen to the brink of solidifying. Why do you ask? Why not? Initially, I thought it would be good for the furnace to be able to produce extremely cold gas, but I eventually realized that um, we don't need gases to be that cold for the furnace. Cold gas for the furnace is just a gas that's colder than we ever want the furnace to be, and so that's that's not that cold actually. So so we don't need something super cold for the furnace. And I don't know if there is actually a use for like extremely cold gases, but I think it's fun to create that. So I'm doing it. And that's about all there is to it. Alright, next let's do a little bit of cooking. Um, so this will create one soybean seeds. Yep. The cryotank used to heal, including supposedly lung damage, needs cold nitrogen. Oh, nice to know. Well, I guess we can set that up at some point. Oh, we wanted to set up a fuse as well. Alright, so after cooking, we need to set up a fuse. Alright, so 5 soybean seeds. Set that. And we have a ton of soybeans already. I didn't remember we had that. Good to know. Fern seeds. That's just to replenish our stocks. We don't need that many fern seeds, but I want to be able to replant them if need be. I can have them like that, I guess, or I could. It's funny, like it doesn't manage the damage well, right? The damage of 3 ferns was at 90%. I stack it with 3 0% damage ferns. It's still 90%. I guess that's something you could use as a trick to be like, oh, let's store in the fridge like 99% damaged ferns, and then by just merging and splitting the stacks, you could just have ferns that get rotten immediately, or very quickly at least. Alright, so what do I want? So first of all, I think it's in the reagent processor to make oil, right? Soy oil. Yes. It's soybean in the reagent processor. Okay. It's all in here. And that all converts to soy oil. Perfect. 7 milliliters of soy oil. Perfect. Thank you. And it doesn't merge with the 8 milliliters that I add. Okay. Well, that doesn't matter too much. I have 1 potato left. So I guess let's get some more tomatoes, right? Tomato seed. Oh, the other ones. Oh, interesting. That's not growing as fast. Well, it doesn't matter too much. Because tomatoes will just stay there. So that's 6 of them, which I can add with this one. And then take the... Alright, so here, to make the tomato soup, I need 1 empty can, 1 soy oil, 5 to cook tomato. Alright, let's do that. So first of all, let's get 5 cooked tomato. I'm gonna need to install the more automated version of this at some point. But that's fine for now. And then we have 2. Okay. And so 1 can, 1 oil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1 tomato soup. Thank you very much.
Oxygen low.
Oop,
Oxygen critical.
that was stupid. I opened the helmet instead of closing it. I thought it was opened. Alright, what's next? Next is running a fuel line. Next to the volatile line. Yes, yes. And of course I don't have enough. By the way, yep, perfect. We are at 2.001, 2.002 megapascals. So that's very good. Well, let's get more pipes and get this running. Do I have some in storage? I think I do. No, I don't. It's always pipes. It always is. Oh, I'm running out of steel here. Do I have more steel in storage? Maybe in here? Come on. What's in you? I can never know. I never see what's in the toolmaker. Okay, just eject whatever you have. You just have iron. Eh, we'll keep it here for now. The contents are nothing. I have steel here. That's iron. No contents. I might very well have run out of steel. Or will. Well, I guess I have enough to make a batch. So let's just do a batch. Why do I have iron in here? I guess that's what I gathered when I was digging under the base. I guess the full stack can be on top. What's steel temperature and pressure? Steel is 900K, 1 megapascals. And currently we have 600K, 1.7 kilopascals. So, first of all, we get stuff in here. We go. That way, the pressure is rising. The temperature is dropping, but that's okay. Interesting, the temperature is rising again. So let's say the target pressure, we can set it to 2 megapascals. And the target temperature to 950. That seems about right, yes. And then we just need to turn this on. That's not super optimal, but that will do. Perfect. Right. I need to eject first. And I have 200 grams of steel now. Can always go store the gold. Perfect. And I will need fabricate. How do I fabricate centrifuge? Combustion centrifuge kit. It's in the auto lathe and it's gonna be steel, invar, and Constantan. Alright. So invar, Constantan. Christian centrifuge. Didn't I make it already? Let's just check, because I wouldn't want to make a second one when I don't need a second one. That would be a bit stupid. Um, Nope, I don't think I did. Alright, let's go set in some pipes while this is crunching. We're going to need many more of them anyway, so that we can run fuel to these pipes and to the combustion centrifuge. I think I should have a one-way valve in there somewhere. That probably would be clever. Oh, and I forgot about the fuse again. So let's go make a fuse right now, because I'm gonna forget again. And I imagine it was in here that I needed the fuse to be made. Cable fuses, yes. Iron and copper. I do have iron right here. And copper right here. Perfect. So, um, where do we install that? I guess somewhere near. I guess I can just have it here. Like this, for example. I take this out. I put 100 kilowatt. Oh, it has to be mounted on the pipe. Right. Well, I guess can be right here then. Perfect. That way, if at some point we blow up the base, we'll be fine. Well, not the base. Hopefully we don't blow up the whole base. That would be terrible. That would be rage quitting situation. At the oh, I can't talk. At the moment we're using 0.21 kilowatts. So we are very far from the 100,000 kilowatts that we might need one day, but you know, just in case, at least we're protected. Okay. Perfect. Was I producing pipes? No. Because I was making a fuse, I think. No, not particularly. What did I need the stuff for again? Oh yes, for the combustion centrifuge. Good point. So where do we install this? I guess over here? Um, Something like that? It's not gonna want to be centered. Can it be anti-centered? Nope. Well, I guess something like that then would probably do. We can leave some space on the side. We're gonna need to do some IC housing, stuff like that, so you know. No CD outside Earth. And hydrate. Thank you. I don't know if absence of OCD outside Earth is a possibility, really. I don't think that's negotiable. Nope, I won't. Probably need the welder or the screwdriver or whatever. I need steel sheets, yes. Oh, hey! Thank you for the raid! Hi, Terran MTG! welcome in, everybody! And thank you for the follow! And we reached the follower goal of 140 followers! Oh, was Fortnite?
Taran just followed.
Terran.
Stupid Smexy Flanders just followed.
And thank you for the follow as well, stupid Smexy Flanders. Fortnite was good. Also played Hearthstone and MTG, Magic the Gathering, this evening. Nice. It was a long stream. Yeah, I can imagine if you played all 3 games in one stream. I imagine it was a bit long. How was it? Did you have fun? Well, hopefully you had fun. How's the math going? Hey Celestial, how are you doing? The math is doing very good. We just finished setting up a fuel mixing system, so we now have fuel. Yeah, always fun playing games and chatting with the gun. Agreed. Very much agreed. He was up to no good. That's a that's the best streams when streamer is not up to no good. You told Terran about my math can. I think I might have traumatized Celestial with my math cam. I don't have math cam at the moment. I had to relocate my whole streaming setup today because I'm at my parents in vacation, so math cam is absent. Well, I guess I could set up something, but I don't have the arm to hold it. So yeah, that's our fuel mixing setup. I guess I could give you a base tool. That would be clever. So yes, this is Stationeers. So if it's your first time in the stream, so I'm Alastor. Um, I love to play either fairly technical games like Stationeers, Factorio, stuff like that. She couldn't explain the math, but said it's beautiful mind stuff. Well, it's also beautiful mind stuff that didn't work eventually. Um, so yeah, technical games like this one, or also puzzle games. For me, basically, it's the same. This is a puzzle. Said you have big brain. Thank you. And so yeah, this station is we are on Mars at the moment in this game, and um, we have set up a base. So we have landed on Mars, and um, let's see if I get on the roof here with my jetpack. We have the sun that is rising. We are going to be able to see something in a moment. Um, so yeah, we landed with a few materials. We went around the planet gathering raw materials. We had a few machines to start with, fairly crappy one that we could use uh, to to smelt ores and make objects and start building up a base. And so this is our base I'm standing on top of. This is the lander right over there that we landed with. Um, and that's the extent of the base we built so far. Um, so let me give you a small tour. Yeah, the pipes don't render super far, so you don't see all the pipes and stuff like that. Um, but so basically, we have a pressurized area where we can have a breathable atmosphere in here. We have a bit of storage space, all the cooking stuff that we use to make tomato soup mainly. We grow plants in here. We have potatoes, tomatoes, corns, soya. We are growing some ferns, stuff like that. We have a shower, the oxygen resupply, and a water bottling system. This has a grow light that turns on and off a light to give enough light and darkness to our plants. This is automated. And that's the case for a lot of stuff in this game. We can automate in a lot of detail a lot of things uh, through some programming. On top of this small pressurized room, we have a large solar panels array with solar panels that track the sun and allow us to get a fairly large amount of power. Um, this is a pipe that supplies the air to the base. So obviously we are crafting um, the atmosphere. So we have pumps to supply nitrogen, CO2, and oxygen. And then we have a pipe that recycles whatever we have when we have too much of anything really. And so we have a whole filtration system where we are filtering, temperature controlling each of the different gases that we have available with a central cooling system. So this pipe is a pipe that contains pollutants, which are the gas that we use as a cooling gas. And when we go over there, we have a heat exchanger system that allows us to maintain this pipe at ambient temperature more or less, and to use it as a cooling gas. This is the water supply and cleaning system. So dirty water gets in there, we evaporate it, we condense it, and we have clean water in here, which is kept at 21 degrees. And currently we have about 41 liters of water in the base. Um, and yeah, aside from that, inside here we have the machine. So this is our tool shed, I guess, or machine shed, which allow us to create material. This is an automated furnace that allows us to smelt ores, to smelt alloys, to smelt stuff. We need to have a specific temperature and pressure inside the furnace, and that's actually the system for which I wielded the math camp for the first time. Um, the idea was to do a bunch of physics calculations to calculate like how much of hot gas and cold gas I had to put in. Here I have a supply of gas at 2000 degrees, which I use to heat up the furnace. 2000 degrees being more than I need for any of the materials in the furnace. But unfortunately, this didn't work, so it got replaced with a much easier system, which is just like if it's too cold, add hot gas. If it's too hot, add cold gas. If I have too high pressure, remove some gas, and that's basically what's going on in here. And what else do we have? Yes, we have this system that produces the hot gas at 2000 degrees. So basically, I'm taking water, I'm electrolyzing the water, which produces a mix of volatiles and oxygen. Um, does the game give you any hints for the calculations if you can't do the math? So that's something I was explaining earlier. It's a game that is very detail oriented. And if you want to be super efficient, I guess you would have to do the math. And well, there is an in-game wiki where you can find a bunch of stuff, but I find it relatively um, not not well. It doesn't contain all the information you would need to do all this math, this physics math. Most of the modeling in the game is based on physics, so um, by understanding the few specific stuff for the game, you can just apply physics equations, um, and then it's just a matter of filling in the numbers. But if you can't or don't want to do the math, you can also just be a little bit less efficient. And that's basically what this whole thing is, right? I try to be extremely efficient by doing all the physics calculations, etc. But I neglected to take into account heat losses from the furnace. And as a result, it was basically useless. Uh, well, I chose not to take them into account because I thought it wouldn't be so important. Turns out it's super important, and that's why I have this whole box around it. This is basically an insulation system that I have around it because otherwise it's basically impossible to do the most difficult alloys without insulation. Um, and so I resorted to a much smaller, much easier system that basically doesn't do any math and that turned out to work much better. It's less efficient in the sense that I consume more gas than I need, but at least I can reach my target. So, that's a plus. So I could probably math it out so that I reach like the most efficient solution, but at the end of the day, if you don't want to do the math, you don't necessarily have to a lot of the time. There's also a bunch of stuff that you can do by hand. So yeah, I would say it's a game where you can use a lot of math if you want. You can do a lot of programming. If I let me show you. So there are the system of chips, right? Um, and for example, well, what do I have in the computer? So for example, that's the code which controls the grow lights for the plants. So it turns on and off the lights based on the angle on the sun to the vertical um, direction. So that's basically, yeah, it's a bit intense. Um, and that's an assembly language programming basically. If you don't want to do that, you can still make the game work, right? You don't have to do that to make it work, at least on the easier planets. And so, here, like the system I was trying to develop was actually much more complicated. So, I was doing some. Well, that's the part that was controlling the pumping, and that should be the part that's doing the calculation itself. And here you see that it's lagging because it's like, oh god, not this cheap. So yeah, I'm doing a bunch of fairly complicated calculations here to calculate the number of moles that I need to put of cold gas, hot gas to take out of here. Um, is it their own scripting language? It's MIPS. It's exactly what it is. It's MIPS with a few interactions that are more specific to the machines. But yeah, it's a MIPS language. So now you see, like, so right now I'm telling the furnace to be at 2 megapascals and 950 Kelvin, so 2000 kilopascals because it somehow its base unit is kilopascals. Um, I love how I have to bring the chip back and forth to write them. Yep. And so here you can see that the chamber pressure is 1.7 megapascals and 803 Kelvin. So if I turn this on, now this chip is taking over to bring it to 2 megapascals and something around 950 Kelvin, right? And when I turn it off, it stops playing with the pumps. And so that's this chip, which is actually I didn't show the program I'm actually using. Oof. Which is a much simpler program. Yeah, you can update them in place with a stationary computer, but it's a bit more cumbersome. And so yeah, here the program is actually much simpler, right? Uh, it's like um, if the current pressure Um, all right. Yeah, so it's a state machine. So I have a state variable, and it's like if state is 0, go to stop. If it's 1, go to output. If it's 2, you pump hot gas. If it's 3, you pump cold gas. And so when I turn the furnace to on, I go to output. If I have too much pressure, I take some gas out. If uh, if uh, if I have the pressure that's low enough, I pump in hot gas. And when I'm in pump hot, if the temperature is too cold, I actually pump in cold gas instead of hot gas. And if the temperature is too high, I say, oh, let's output some gas. And it's a reverse when I go to pump cold. If the temperature is too hot, I say I want to pump in hot gas. And if the target, if I'm above the target pressure, I want to output some gas. And that's basically it for this one. So yeah, that's a fairly simple program. I would like at some point to go back to it and like have a hysteresis system, maybe have a PID controller instead of the basic thing I have at the moment. But it does the job for now, right? I could have something a bit more involved, a bit more advanced, but it does the job for now. And so we were in the process of setting up a combustion centrifuge when you came in. This combustion centrifuge is gonna allow us um, to recycle stuff. So basically, when we have some stuff that we don't need anymore, for example, I have these filters for carbon dioxide that allow me to remove the carbon dioxide from the air I'm breathing, but that I also use in the filtration system. Here you see that I'm using them to filter nitrogen out of the waste gases. And so when these canisters that are at 0%, they basically become useless. And to recycle them, I can crush them in this machine, and they produce reagent mix. Um, and this reagent mix is something I can't do much with. How much did this base take to create from the landing? Quite a long time. We are on day 312, and I think it's 20 minutes per day. So if you make the calculation, it's like 600 minutes, so about 10 hours, I would say, of game time. Let's see. I don't know that it says. Yeah, yeah, no, it doesn't say. Yeah, that would be only like 2 streams. I don't know. No, that's more than. Yeah, that's definitely more than 10 hours. You're right. Um, what am I doing? No, that's. Is it 100 hours? Wait, 312s times 20, that's 6,000 divided by 60, that's 100 hours, sorry. So that should be 100 hours. That's much more realistic, I think. Let's see what Steam says about it. Stationeers, I have 260 hours in game. So yeah, 100 hours makes more sense. That sounds more like it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It sounds a lot more like it. And I'm fairly advanced in the game. I'm not at end game yet. So what I'm moving towards here is automating smelting and ores collecting. So basically what you can do um, is have what's called the deep miner, and what the deep miner is going to produce is basically reagent mix. So the same thing as this produces, and the same thing that's produced, for example, if you mess up alloy. If you are trying to produce an alloy and you mess up somehow because I don't know you get the wrong mix of components, or you get the wrong temperature or pressure, you produce reagent mix. And so to separate the components, you can use a combustion centrifuge. So what we are doing at the moment is building the combustion centrifuge. So I need cable coil. You go here. Here we go. So that's a combustion centrifuge. And this combustion centrifuge is gonna need fuel, right? And this fuel is the project we've been working on today. We have made a fuel mixer. So that's our fuel mixer system. So what we have here is that we have this pipe that contains volatile, so it's basically dihydrogen. Yep, that in the hole. And this pipe that contains oxygen, and if you mix them in a 2-to-1 ratio, so 66% to 33% ratio, you get fuel that will burn in a stoichiometric ratio. So what I do is I take these gases, I equalize the temperatures, because otherwise the fuel mixer doesn't do a great job. The gas mixer, I mean. And I have this gas mixer that I tell to mix in a 6 to 33% ratio. Gonna hydrate. And that produces fuel. So here I have a storage of fuel at 2 megapascals. And what I have here is that I read the pressure in the tank here with this wire. I have a logic memory that sets target pressure for the system at 2000 kilopascals, so 2 megapascals. And I compare them with this logic, and I say, is the pressure in the tank less than the target? If it's 1 if yes, 0 if no. And then the 0 I write to the gas mixer as the on-off state, basically. And so that's what this circuit is doing. And so it's controlling whether the gas mixer is on or off, so that I don't explode the tank. Because if I put too much pressure in here, then things are gonna explode. So that's basically what I have here. And so now I have this fuel line. And with this fuel line, I'm gonna be able to fuel my combustion centrifuge. So now we have to lay all the pipes. Let's see where we are going. Just to try not to overstep. So that's the output, that's the input, alright? hydrate. Thank you, Guppy. Yes, my throat needs hydration at the moment. I don't know why. Usually I'm fine with talking for a long time, but today my throat is not taking it well. That should be fine. And that puts me at the level of the waste pipes, which is okay. But I need then to step up. Does the game take things like position of the pipe into account for calculating pressure changes? No. Basically what it does is it says a pipe is a single point, technically. Right? It doesn't propagate stuff inside the pipe. So basically, between the entrance of this machine and another machine that's connected to this pipe, that's just one unit of stuff. And if I put something in here, right here, it's gonna affect the whole pipe instantly. Um, that's basically how it works. But if I connect a device to this, then this device is separate. And if I have a device like a pump between two pipes, it's two different networks. So if you look with the tablet, when I look, it's telling me pipe network 123,322. So that means I have over time built that many pipe networks, right? But if you take into account that when I place a pipe separated from something else, it's a new network. If I split a network because I remove a pipe or I burst a pipe, that's two new networks, right? So you make a lot of networks over time. I am out of pipes. I need more. What it does take into account, however, is that, for example, when you heat up something, then the pressure starts to increase. Oh, I am out of silicon. Oh yeah. Do I have more? I'm gonna have to go collect silicon. Alright. I guess it's time for a mining run. And before that, we are going to have to do hydration and stuff like that. Mining has become much easier for us recently because in game we have built advanced alloys, and what these advanced alloys allow us to do is to have glasses that scan for ores. So that makes everything easier when it comes to mining. Okay, so let's go hydrate, feed. I guess we can renew our oxygen while we're at it. and our power supply. So that's the power. So for example, this nuclear battery, that's something we built very recently because we need the most advanced alloys to do it. And it contains like 10 times more power than we used to have. So we used to have to renew the battery like every 2 days. Though it's like every, I don't know, 10, 20 days. I actually have no idea how often I need to renew the battery because it's that easy at this point. Same for hydration. You can see that we have 125%. That's because we have extremely good um, food. Well, we have good quality food. So we could go one step further and go even higher in hydration. And so basically that allows us to hydrate less often. Let's take a shower, shall we? We don't have to make soap yet. um, and let's feed while we're here. Tomato soup. How many sources for base power are there? You saw solar panels earlier, but what else can generate your power? If you have nuclear cells, can you build a reactor too? Actually, I'm not sure about reactor because I know there's uranium ore around, but I don't know what we do with it. Let's see. So uranium ore. Da-da-da. I'm not sure. Uranium. Yeah, great, but that doesn't tell me much. Um, so the nuclear cells are not really nuclear. They're just very high capacity. They have plans for uranium and nuclear power, but there's nothing in game right now. Okay, that makes sense. So right now there is coal power, so you can just burn coal basically. You can make things with biomass that make you coal, so you can have like a cycle where either you mine coal or you get plants. You use plants to make coal with them, um, and then you can burn this. Um, you can, I guess, you could have like um, so you can gather ice with volatiles and with oxygen. So you could get this ice and mix fuel and burn this fuel to produce power. That's a possibility. You have wind power that's in the game. I don't have one right now, but I should make one at some point. And of course you have solar panels. Solar panels is really the main one, just because it's passive. One thing to take into account for solar power is you see I put my solar cells inside a big building. The reason for that is the storms that we have on this planet. Once in a while we get storms, and it damages um, the solar panels. There are solar panels that don't get damaged, I could build them now, but at the start of the game, there's no way you're gonna build them. So I just encased them in a big tower. Yeah, there's a creative only RTG, but that's not really. That's just, yeah, that's just a creative stuff. I guess I could. Oh, why didn't it work? I could do that. It's just damage. Um, yeah, it's just damage in this case. It's not dust. You can repair them with duct tape. I guess it's a way to simulate dust, but if you get them damaged all the ways, they just break, and you have to remake them. So it's either you have to build a lot of infrastructure for them, or you have to regularly maintain them, basically. So it would be the same issue for dust. Um, all right, uh, two, and let's turn the glasses on. And we want silicium. Well, I guess we could go right below if we wanted to, really. But let's get a bit further and collect it from here. But yeah, generally, so I think it's not so much that dust is a big problem for systems on Mars. It accumulates fairly slowly, honestly. It's just that when we send robots on Mars, we don't want to include, like, weight is precious, right? And so we prefer not to include cleaning systems for the solar panels. It would be possible to do so. Um, it's just that we don't. So it's not so much that it's a huge problem as much as to we choose to have a fairly limited life for the robots we send there, a lifetime for the robots we send them because of the dust, and we count on the fact that storms from time to time appear and clean up the solar panels. So actually, storms on Mars in real life are more a help than a hindrance, really, because they clean up your solar panels. Solar panels may not be effective depending on what world you're on. Yes, that's fair. Um, and also, like on Mars, you could get a lot of power from wind power during storms. Like usually it's useless, more or less. But during storms, if I had wind power, I could get a lot more power. So that's one of the reasons why I want to build wind turbines at some point, because that would be a big boost for our power. But at the moment we are okay on power, so I don't really have a need for it because my solar panels are way enough. For a long while, my issue was actually not power production so much as power storage, because you need fairly advanced materials to make the most advanced power storage, and I was refusing to do it by hand. I wanted an automated furnace to do it, because if you just do everything by hand, it makes automated furnaces fairly irrelevant. So I wanted to force myself to go step by step, basically, instead of skipping stuff. And so it took me a while to get these advanced batteries, and because of that, I was having issues with power for a long while. But yeah, again, not because of the generation itself. And that's actually something um, to note about this game. There's a lot of stuff I could have done already, but I choose to go slower and automate stuff as I go, and not skip steps by doing stuff the easy way a lot of the time. So if what I do seems very slow and very complex, it's a choice. It's a choice I made very very early on to say, okay, for this save, I'm not going the easy way. Where's the exit? So for example, these glasses, for a very long time, people were telling me, but why aren't you um, using the ore scanner stuff? And the answer was, well, I don't have access to that tech yet. But why? You could just smelt stuff in the furnace, like throw in whatever you need. Yeah, but I want to automate it first, right? My automation will probably pay off in the long run. Oh yeah, for sure. Um, and I think in the long run, I would have had to do it anyway, because at some point it just becomes too cumbersome to not do it. But I wanted to force myself to do it early and to not use the tech until I actually unlocked it with automation, if that makes sense. It's Yeah, it's a choice. So, for example, this centrifuge I could have built a long time ago. I could have built a centrifuge a long time ago. I just made the choice not to. So, silicon. Silicon is 900K and 100 kilopascals. Alright. So, the 952 megapascals is fine. So, let's keep that. So, here, when I put in ores, they will start outgassing. And so you see that the pressure is gonna go up and the temperature is gonna go down, which is a bit annoying, but it's also a source of materials for my base because I'm recycling these gases that are outgassed. So that's 100 grams. No, 200 grams, sorry. That's 300 grams. 400 grams. And I'm gonna do 500 grams. gonna head to bed. But you really liked my tour and explanations? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great night. And yeah, again, thanks for the raid. It's very nice to bring your community here. And oh, yeah, well, I did give you a shout out. I always forget the shout outs, so I panicked for a little bit. Yeah, have a great night, and I hope to see you next time. Happy mathing. Thank you, Celestial. Have a great night. Alright, so I do have my 500 grams of silicon, and the pressure is way too high. The temperature is way too low, so let's turn this on. I will need to stop fairly soon. It's already 2 a.m. So that's the part that's fairly inefficient here, is that we are pumping in gas and pumping it out because we are below target on, well, above target on pressure. But, here we go, 500 grams of silicon. I think 20 pipes might be enough this time. So I think what we're gonna do tonight, well, we also are gonna have to connect the waste pipe, so maybe we need like 40 or 60. I think what we're gonna do tonight is connect everything for the centrifuge, put in some chutes, stuff like that, and then we are going to do a manual run for it, and then we're gonna end, I think. That seems reasonable to me. Well, reasonable. Kaz would probably disagree, but don't tell her. One, connect everything. Two, do a manual run. Three, we built the whole base. Yep, pretty much. Oh, I thought it was closer than that. Well, that's gonna be way more than 20 pipes then. Somehow I thought that we were much closer on the fuel pipe and much further on the waste pipe. And it's the exact reverse. Perfect, perfect. We are building the pipes just in time. Yay, fuel. Good, good, good. Next I need valves, I think. Yeah, that's nearly a stack of pipes. How many valves do I have? Just one. I'm gonna need, I think, at least a second. Iron copper. Why do you need copper for a valve? I'm not exactly sure. But let's make, I guess, 5. And that's 5. So here I'm gonna want one-way valves on the fuel side, just to protect stuff, I think. So like probably around here. And I'm gonna want a one-way valve on the output of the waste. Here we go. Perfect. So that's all the pipes connected. Then I'm gonna want a stack insertion system. I'm gonna want chutes. Let's drop off the pipes for now. This goes in here. We want a stacker? I guess not. We just want chutes. Do we have any? It doesn't look like it. Maybe here? Nope. Alright. We're gonna have to build some. I'm gonna take an extremely quick break. I need to go to the toilet um, pretty quickly. So I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, and I'm gonna be right back. And I am back already. Here we go. So, we want shoots. Is it basic shoots or powered shoots? I think basic ones, right? Yep, I think it's basic shoots. And we want an inlet, and that's it, I think. Maybe an inlet and a basic chute, because I think that's considered a device, and so we need a straight chute in between, something like that. I think that's it. Did I wash hands? Maybe, maybe not. And I need power. Of course. And I'm gonna need more cable coils for that. Which means more copper. And the copper is... yeah? Yep, in here. Oh god, so much silicon stacks. On the plus side, it means I can have silicon in several machines. On the minus side, I don't think I need silicon in several machines. Oh yes, right. Almost there. Okay. So that's power connected. Gas is connected. I think we have everything. Here. Let's see, we have 2 megapascals in here. Two megapascals in here. Perfect, perfect. The ratio is not quite perfect. I don't know why. Is it correct in the other one? Let's check. It's not. Hmm. So I guess there was a point where the temperature wasn't perfectly right. Oh well. I guess that's fine. That's just gonna mean a bit more issues for the recycling system, but that's okay. Okay, so let's see. Reagent. We have this, we have that. What else do we have in terms of reagent? Guess we can... We can do a recycling run. So we may finish a new stack. We have this stuff. And that's about it. We should really... take the purple and the brown spray paint cans, I think, with us. Right, so let's have a look. That's H2O filter. I think we can have a look at the filters, because I saw earlier that some of them were depleted. Oops. That's not a great position for it. So we have a pollutant filter that's depleted, a nitrogen one, a CO2 one, an oxygen one. So pollutant, nitrogen, CO2, oxygen. Okay. And where do we make them again? Here, I think. And of course we have this CO2 one. And now we can make heavy filters, right? So we need steel, invar, and stellite. And where is invar? Is it in one of the machines? Probably. Copper. Oh, hey, I think I found invar. Somehow. How the hell did it end up here? Oh yeah, it... No, I don't know, actually. Oh yes, it went out of this machine when I finished after having made the centrifuge, I think. So pollutant heavy filter. Then the nitrogen one. Oh hey. So that's one more stack of reagent mix. That goes in 6. Not nitrogen, nitrogen, thank you. Nitrogen heavy filter. Here we go. And oxygen. For the CO2, of course, we're gonna need to do 2 of them. And we almost did one too many for the nitrogen. So these heavy filters are a new thing for us. I think that's the second time we produce some, and we are slowly transitioning to them from the medium filters. And oxygen. And so you see that some of the machines that consume the most filters are already on the heavy filter, but most of them are still on the medium filters. Same for me. Uh, my personal filters are currently mostly medium. but I'm starting the transition towards heavy. Here we go. So, perfect. And in here, I have 17 reagent mix. That's not enough for a full batch, but we already have a pretty decent batch of reagent mix, so that's okay. Alright, so the combustion centrifuge, the way it works is that it has a speed and stress indicator you can see at the top of the tooltip. And basically when we I think when we throttle up the combustion, um, yeah, I think when we throttle up, we increase the speed and the stress starts to increase. And basically, the faster we increase the speed, the faster the stress starts to increase. But once we start decreasing, then we're fine to throttle up all the way. Is basically how this machine works, which is extremely weird. I don't understand why they did it like that, but that's what they did. So, eh. So let's increase this, the combustion. And so here you see the stress starts to increase. And hopefully at some point the stress will start to decrease. And if the stress starts to decrease now. So now if I increase the throttle, it doesn't increase the stress anymore. Oh, it goes up again. Why did it go up again? Alright, that's a failure. Well, let's stop it and restart it then. So this is fairly high temperature, but okay pressure at the moment. So why, I'm not sure why the stress started to pick up again. Maybe we should have gone straight to 100% combustion? Or maybe we waited too much when we were peaking? I'm not exactly sure. Let's try again. Let's try again. We'll let it relax. Alright, 0% stress. Let's go 100% combustion and throttle up, baby. Spin, spin, spin. Oops, that's going high. That's gonna fail. Alright, so not that. But I didn't explode anything so far. This is 17 kilopascals. That's starting to be a bit high. Why did it make a noise all of a sudden? Also, should I start loading it? I guess I could. Maybe I should have a longer input pipe for this. Alright, stress 0%. You can start. Maybe I went too fast when I throttled up. Or maybe I need to throttle up first. To limiter up first. We'll see. So let's try the same strategy as last time. This time we are staying at 1 tick for each until we reach a maximum. Alright, we have reached the maximum. Now we increase the combustion. We are at 100% combustion. And as long as it's decreasing, it's increasing again, we wait.
Measurable just followed.
Hey Measurable, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Alright. Hopefully it stops increasing. Yep, it stops increasing. So we go up again. And we are at 100%. And stress is quickly decreasing now.
Caution.
Yeah, sure. And we have reagent in here? I think we do. And so here you see that it's processing reagent mix, and we have iron, silver, and constantine in there. So this iron, silver, and constantine will be output when we open the centrifuge. But the centrifuge will stop when we do that. So basically we want to do that when the centrifuge is full or we have finished processing everything. And this is actually okay. The waste pipe is actually okay. Nice. Was a bit stressed for the waste pipe, I'll be honest. So here I think what's gonna happen is once we have finished this stack, it's gonna put in another stack of reagent mix. It's gonna continue like that. And I think... I don't remember when it's full, but I think it might be full when it has like 1 kilogram of stuff inside. It's a lot. And you see here that the faster we're going, the faster it's processing basically. There we go. So we're at 520 RPM, which is basically maximum speed and zero stress. And this is keeping up with the processing more or less. So that's perfect. So yeah, the operation of this machine is a bit complex, it's a bit weird. But at the end of the day, it's basically, if the stress is increasing, don't increase the throttle or the combustion. If the stress is decreasing, you can do it. So that's what we're gonna automate next time. I'm happy that we finally managed to build the combustion centrifuge. It's been a long time coming. We have had so many systems to set up to get to this point. And once a combustion centrifuge is set up, I guess the next step is deep mining. Either deep mining or we go back to the growing side of things and we start automating the greenhouse. But I think probably deep mining, so we can automate the resource collecting just a little bit. That would be nice. We're still gonna need some resource collecting, of course, but if we have some deep mining, we can at least get a bit of passive income, basically. We've got quite a bit of constantan back. Most of these recycled ores are from filters, so that's why. And that's still holding up. That's nice. So right now it's basically all the filters we've consumed since the start of the game are being processed. And we are getting back half of them. Because when you recycle something, you get back half of what was used to build it. So that's not bad, actually. How are we doing on pressure here? Yeah, that's doing great. The mix ratio is not perfect. I think that's because of the temperature that's not adjusting fast enough. Here we go. Next. And we're getting nickel and lead now. Because I think that was a batch of messed up ores where I basically messed up the mixing of the ores for the alloy. I don't remember what I messed up exactly. I think I might have taken either the wrong ratio or the wrong ore. I don't know if there's one that's nickel and lead. Yeah, solder is iron and lead, so I think I added nickel by mistake. Alright, so we finish this stack and then we are gonna let it finish processing while we go check on some stuff. I just want to finish putting in the last stack. I guess while we are waiting, we could start painting a little bit. So that's the fuel line. The fuel is purple. Alright. Here we go, so we can throw in the last reagent mix. Allows us to close this. And I think we can switch to brown. Oh, damn it. We can switch to brown. And brown is obviously the waste. The poopy gases. Here we go. Alright, so, first of all, how are you doing? You're doing fine. How are you doing? You're doing fine. How is Volatiles doing? Volatiles is doing great. And how is Oxygen doing? Oxygen is okay. I fell in a hole. And so, how is this doing? Well, actually pretty fine. We don't seem to be producing much. So I guess that's okay. How is this? 200 kilopascals. 8 kilopascals. Yeah, okay. Next thing I want to check on. How is the gold gas thing doing? Cold gas is cold. And liquid is still not stable. So I think that means we want more pressure. $240? So we have 240 kilopascals, and obviously the temperature is a bit high now. So it needs to cool down again. But that's okay. How is power doing? Power is doing absolutely amazing. So that's great. And how is this doing? Processing. Alright. Yeah, I think that's not too bad overall. So one thing I do need to do, I think, is to change the pump. So here we have a back pressure regulator to go from the exit pipe to the input pipe, which is right here. We need to change it to switch it to a better pump, but that's okay. Either a better pump or no pump at all, because right now no pump at all would be actually better than what we have. But that requires to change a couple of things in the coding, so I'm not gonna worry about this right now, which is why I haven't done it yet, because I've been saying I'm not gonna worry about this right now for several streams by now. Maybe I should do it off stream, but yeah. I prefer to do everything on stream for this save. That way I take you guys along with for the journey with me. So yeah, next stream I think now that we have the centrifuge set up, what I would like is probably to get well, first of all, the centrifuge automation, and second of all, I want to set up a deep miner. I think that would be nice. So that's gonna be the two next project, I think, and then the next project after that should be to expand the base and have a proper greenhouse with starting the automation of the greenhouse and stuff like that. I think should be interesting. And once we have all this working, I think, oh, one project we do need to finish actually, is to connect all the centralized cooling systems on the same coolant pipe, and also to have a temperature regulation for the cold gas system. That's going to be important. And yes, once we have that, I think the next thing will be to have a building for ore processing. I think my goal is probably to have a building where, like on the ground floor, we have centrifuges. Then we go into ore storage. And this centrifuge is gonna remain, but it's gonna be for like reprocessed stuff, right? At least for now. So we're gonna have several centrifuges, which are gonna take the input from the deep miners. Then we're gonna go into an ore storage where we have like centralized storage for each ore. And then we are gonna have several furnace setups that can handle the different materials. So different basic smelting, alloys, stuff like that, depending on the temperature and pressure range. Alright. Well, that is finished. So I guess let's throttle down. Perfect. And we are empty right now, right? Yes, we are. And so we have a bunch of ores, stack of iron. That's silver. We have so much silver. Oh my god. That is lead. I'm kind of okay on hydration right now. That's a lot of lead too. That's nickel. And that would be constantan. 12 grams of constantan. Where is my constantan? Constantan. Alright, let's go hydrate. So yes, yeah. So my goal would be to have a row of centrifuges that are automated. Then we go into ore storage with one storage for each ore. Um, then upon request, these deliver um, to different furnaces, and these furnaces are like set up for a certain temperature, um, a certain pressure, and they turn on and off on request as well, um, based on the stuff that we're processing. And so at the end we have a storage for each alloy, which has the alloy pre-made. And then ideally after that, I would love to have machines that that fabricate a few basic stuff to maintain a proper storage of each, um, depending on my needs. So yeah, that's kind of my goal here for this system. Um, I would probably have a separate building for the fabrication and the processing, but I would have like centrifuging and smelting building basically, and then the fabrication building. That would be the dream. Alright, so I think I'm gonna end here. Um, let's give a last check on this. We do have... Well, we don't have liquid. But we are still getting colder, so you never know. So yes, I think I'm gonna end here for today. Thank you everybody for joining me today. It was a blast. Well, we didn't have a blast, but it was a blast to play with you. So today we finished resetting the crops that had died last time. We made a fuel mixing system. We made the centrifuge, and we processed basically all the mixed reagents we had. So I'm gonna call that a huge success because we've been pursuing this dream for, well, this goal for a while now. Um, and yeah, let's raid somebody, shall we? Who should we raid? Let me have a look at who is doing the streaming thingy. Um, well, Otuno is playing Elden Ring, so I guess let's go raid Otuno. Otuno was in here earlier. He is a fairly recent streamer. He hasn't started too long ago, I think. Um, and so yeah, let's go give him some support and watch him well die horribly to horrible monsters, I guess. All right. So what should be our raid message? I think that's fairly outdated. Yes, it is very outdated. I can do it. Um, so let's see. So we offer a centrifuge for all your spinning needs. That way you may tango with the bosses. I'm gonna have to delay the ads so we don't get ads in the middle of raiding. That would be bad. That's actually what happened to us one of the few last times. All right. If you do not have my emotes, you can use the Twitch raid emote. Let me do that. No, I'm doing a mess. Ah, I'm clicking everywhere and not where I need to. All right. Here we go. And so yes, please come with me. Give a raid to Otuno. Once again, it was great to have you all tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raid, Terran MTG. Although I think he is sleeping right now. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the gift subs, the resubs, the bits. Thank you, everybody. I wish you a great time zone, a great night for those who are in a similar time zone as me. And I hope to see you next time. If you want to find your way here, you can always drop a follow. And you can also join the Discord if you want. Um, all right, that's it for me. Thank you once again for being here, and see you next time. Bye bye.